Okay, that's my day today for on stream. Let me very quickly run this. Hang on a second. I'm doing something else real quick. Hey, Widgeler. How's it going? Don't I have more things to highlight? I'm confused. The last thing I highlighted was Demolitionist and Musketeer particle effects. Demolitionist. Okay. Now I gotta do these ones. I guess. Good, got my orbit cam stuff sorted out. Nice. So how's that work then? This is for like recording scenes or for something else? Unpublished. Wait, what the fuck did I just do? That one, then to glaiveblade. This one is still going. Okay, good enough. Oh. Okay. So you can swing and stab. And then you can punch when you don't have your weapon. So I won't do that right now. Okay, I guess I'll just work on the dash. So the dash is the same ability but holding it. Got it. How do I even do this? Oh, I can open the blend files. Okay, let's look at dash 1. So dash 1. Okay, this is really good. This is kind of what I was hoping for. There's a prep stance. Very good. Let me set up the logic for dashes before I get too far into this. Hey, where'd you learn? So you translated from your spherical space to Cartesian, it works really well. I see, but what's the purpose of it? Like, what are you trying to do with it? Because I set up a thing that is some button still in my game that I don't remember, that you lock on to the area you're facing in front of the camera, and then it forces your camera to rotate towards that area, and that's all it does. And it's kind of just for when I was recording trailers. Rotating your models in my CAD program. Oh, so it's like an editor thing. Yeah, that's a pretty nice way to do it then, I imagine. It was for when I was recording trailers, I wanted to be able to like orbit around things in a non-fixed way, but it ended up being kind of too dizzying, so I never even used it. Dash, charging, dashing. Dash, progress, dashing progress. This might work. I guess since I showed that on stream, I'll show real quick just so it's in the VOD. If you technically don't have your glaive, which actually I can make it render it real quick. This is easy. So you are the glaive guy. Ah, fuck, I hate this class. Maybe I should just pass in a class to this thing. I should have a render method per class maybe and pass in a class struct. I don't know. Anyways, has glaive. See, it's so incredibly stupid to have this variable for just this guy. Glaiveblade, then goblin, glaiveblade has glaive, else false. Well, wait. It should be probably else true. Because I guess having glaive, yeah. There are some things where you want them to have the glaive even though they're not like alive, like the title scene in the dead bodies. I guess, actually, the dead body manager, it doesn't matter. The dead body should technically have the glaive if you had the glaive when you died, but I guess it doesn't matter. So, has glaive. Have I been saying have or has? Has, okay, good. So that's it. Let's try it. You no longer have the glaive. Oh, but you're standing like you do. Okay, I can fix that too. Idle. So there's some switch statement with hat type that has to do with your idle animations. I think. There it is. This is your hat type, so then if the Goblin Glaive Blade has glaive, you stand with a staff, which is your glaive. Otherwise, I guess I'll do otherwise this? This guy's like, yeah, I might need a whole different idle animation. I'll try this though. How do you go take care of the dogs real quick? Was there any more questions? No, that was it. I was just saying that's interesting though, because that's probably a really good solution for an editor, I think. Okay, he is standing with his arms to his side. That's good. So you can punch. This attack is gonna extremely suck. It also feels really slow. Oh well. Yeah, actually, it feels really slow. Oh well, I'm not fixing that right now. Okay, so let's give you back your glaive. And let's do dashing. Start dash. How is this even gonna work, I wonder? So you definitely have like your charge. This is a bit confusing because there are multiple steps to this animation. Dashing. So there's a dash, charging, and there's a maybe. Because it can reset. I can probably manually override this. So this will probably work. I probably only need these two. Dash charging. So when you start, and I guess you might as well reset dashing. Maybe not. Glaiveblade. Start. And then what? Release? Oh wait, that I just have to do this, I think. And this guy goes to 0. This might be logic only, so it probably can just be a float. I meant to do that. Okay. I don't know how this should work. Yeah, you have to charge to a certain percent, for sure. So how should this work? When you start holding down the button, it starts charging. So I guess I'll name this charge dash. And then I think no matter what, when you let go, all I will do is set dash charging to false. And then if you have enough charge, release, start. So it'll be like this maybe. Okay. Shit, this changes things. Now I have to question, is this really the inputs I want for this? Because I guess so, yeah. So spam clicking will do this. Okay, so this becomes kind of different. So no matter what, when you click, you start charging. I guess. I question if the charge should have a cooldown. I think it maybe should, but I guess I won't do that yet. So if you are dash charging and not mouse left, I guess just that. And implement a diffuse lighting for the CAD thing. Interesting. Dash charging becomes false. Nice. I wanted to make, like years ago, a website with my friend that was like, I don't know how to describe it, almost like a social media editing CAD and circuit board editor thing where you could share designs. And the goal was to be able to have these editors for these things, like so like what you're doing too, and editors for CAD and circuit board stuff, and not just CAD, but what's it called? Whatever, the wood cutting machine thing. And then the goal was to be able to have people upload them and you could like seamlessly combine them together. CNC, yeah. So you could have your little CNC cut out and then you could drag someone else's circuit board design onto it and it would make a little engraved spot for it and stuff like that. I thought that would have been a really cool thing. You could basically have people uploading like entire designs for things and then basically buy them, and then the service would put the pieces together, cut them, and send them to you or whatever. Mr. Streamer typing into Jai files, but not on the team. You stance. I want to be on the team. I don't know any. I just learned about that today, though. I don't know anything about that. Is it like an exclusive Raphael team? Something? I am in fact typing it in Jai files right now. I qualify. Pretty sure, yeah. Uh-oh. Maybe I shouldn't have asked him then. Whoops. Dash charging. Okay, so now we're no longer dash charging, so we have to check how long we have been dash charging, I guess. If get the delta time of... This is less than something. I don't know what to do. What did I do for my other classes? It needs to be the same. So when you click left, charge ready. So you get the delta time of the thing and it has to be ready, then the charge ready duration. First swing attack. So that is where first swing attack happens. Well, 600? Oh, that makes sense. That's the actual charge time. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Dash charge duration. I do think, though, it'd be beneficial to have a team, at least, that's, like, publicly available. Because legitimately, when I'm ending stream, I have never once found a single person to host that's writing Jai code. And that's probably... There probably have been people that are writing Jai code. So then, if you're dashing, then we start the dash. Otherwise... Uh-oh. This is all only if you have a glaive. And otherwise you do this stuff, I guess. I tried to word my question to Raphael in a way where it wouldn't be super awkward if the answer is no, it's not public. But that's not exactly possible. So if you're gonna dash, you do your dash thing and whatever. Where is the... Oh, can cast. So when you click, you start... This isn't right. So, fuck, this is awkward, huh? If you have the glaive, you just start your dash, otherwise you punch. And then, if dash charging and not mouse left. Oh wait, I already wrote that. So now, if you're dash charging, not mouse left, you shut it down, and then you check what you're gonna do, and you either actually dash or you swing. Okay, this is maybe also awkward. Are you allowed to swing once and then charge a dash? I think definitely yes. Yes. Okay, fine. So I think I'm done with this part, this little bit, this little part of the thing. So can cast manager. So now you're not allowed to be charging. I think this is how it works. Can cast is can cast and not has wait dash charging anim tracker and not dash charging. I don't think I want easing out. No, I don't think I do. So then I checked if you're... Well, then I can do it like this. I checked if you're not charging, and now if you're not dashing. This one also probably don't care if you're easing out. Wait, did I fuck something up? What? Okay, well, it's like this. It's supposed to be like this. So then also, that's it. Pretty sure it's just an old thing from the time when there were just a few Jai streamers except John. They probably forgot about it. Asking seems fine. Okay. I was around in the Jai beta, I think, when oh wait, no, maybe Mark Rope something. I don't remember his full username. I think he was here even before me. When did I join the Jai beta? Let me see if I can figure it out. I am curious. Jai. I have so many emails. Jai beta. February of 2021. More than 3 years ago. Damn. That's a long time. Alright, let's do this logic now. If dash charging or has wait charging on tracker, I will not set charging to false. You gotta tracker update. And then update middle. Updating middle is what allows it to pause, basically. Otherwise, tracker cancel. And I guess that's it. Okay. This one definitely going to change, but I don't know how yet. So that's what we'll do for now. And I think that's it. Except it has to get, I guess for now, this goes to false immediately, probably. Okay, now let's set this up the best I can. So much fucking typing. Okay. So to charge, I think it can just start at like 2. And let's look at this guy. It goes to 17, I guess. 210, 21. Damn. Yeah, I'm like 2. Well, we must have gotten in the same time, right? I'm like 214, 21 or something. Must have been the same beta, maybe? Is this too loud? Okay, so what does this go to? So when you're charging, typically I want to like lock you to something when you're done charging. So I guess I'll go to like 6, which doesn't seem very good. And then when you're done charging, I want the farthest away point, which is this, 10. I'm still not sure if I'm supposed to be doing 17 or 16. Imagine not joining in 2023. Okay, now you do your dash, which is this, which is might look weird as fuck, but we'll do that in a second. Okay, so this is the dash charging duration, and this is basically literally nothing, and then Looping is true. Took me a couple tries spanning from 2020 to 2023. Really? Interesting. I don't remember who told me this. I think Sushi told me this. Once John showed his email or something on stream and he has a folder called like, I forgot what it's called. It was like beta invite spammers or something. Like people that I guess are spamming for beta invites or something like that. And he has a folder just for them. It's pretty funny. And now I have to give it the animation duration. I forgot. This is animation 1. I'm just repeating word of mouth, by the way. Who knows what's true? Now dash. Oh wait, this starts at -1 actually. Okay, so the actual dash, I guess, will start at like maybe 12. This is a bit awkward. Yeah, 12 is okay then. I mean, it worked out, I guess, right? And then you go to 15, and it has to be exactly 15. So this is going to be interesting, because I don't actually think my math is right. So this might be a fixing math stream in the end. So the start of your dash, which brings you into the dash, can happen over like 200 milliseconds. And then the middle part of the dash can happen over like, we'll say, I'll do 600 for now. It's probably too much. Animation duration. These are both -1. Okay. That's a big fucking frame difference. Holy. Well, that's okay, I guess. I do want something like the... What's it called? The start animation duration should be not much... Not that, that's not what I meant. The wait start duration should be not much, and the transition duration should be maybe 0, but 0 doesn't usually work very well. So maybe I'll do like 32. In fact, let me do 32 here. Okay. This is not everything, I now realize. Because when you reset, I'm basically going to have to snap you back and forward again, but I can do that manually. But this is only -1, so then I also have this. Oh, wait, that's like super different. Shit. This one looks way better. Okay, everything's got to change. So this is charging and this can stay. The dash though has to go from wound back to actually like mid dash animation. So like 10. Okay, so 10 to dash, which this is dash 19 over 71. Now as you're dashing, you kind of wobble around, that's okay. So we'll say 20. Wobble, wobble, wobble. Up to something like 41. Yeah, we'll see if this works. That's that's pretty, like 10 frames, 20 frames, 200, 600, that makes sense also. Okay, now these are dash 2 animations, and now I am not sure how this is going to work yet, but dash 3, the third part of this guy. Okay. You go from basically your dash thing. I'm going to try to keep it in the same animation tracker, I guess, and to up. So I'm actually going to start you. We'll see how this looks. You'll go from dashing straight ahead to pulling your arm down to pushing your arm up. So that'll be kind of interesting. 15 to 17. That is not many frames. Over 82, I guess. I'm using this entire 82 frame thing for dash 3. 2 frames. Okay. Oh wait, that can actually be like you swing up and then down. That can be the whole thing. That'll look good. Maybe. So 15 to 24, but see, now the problem is 2 of like the 12 frames are used to go up. So that means I have to have another animation tracker, dashing vertical anim tracker. So this is going to get complicated. I'm actually, though, making way more progress on this class than I thought I would. This is good. Like, I finished the swing right, left, stab, punch right, left yesterday. I thought that would take me like 4 days. Random meme, cool enough to get in the Jai beta, not cool enough to get into the Marble Rival. Is that a beta? I saw the whole drama with the thing, but I thought they released it since I've seen so many streamers playing it. Now, in frames, actually, so... if that's in frames, this one is middle. Oh, this is stupid. You also have to say 0, 0. I'm gonna get rid of these. This is really stupid, but that's how you have to do it. Okay, so this one is dashing. This one has in frames because it doesn't loop. So, right? Probably. Okay. And now start frames and end frames. Not even beta technically, just a playtest. Oh shit. That is a popular playtest. Now, when you're dashing vertically, you do your vertical dash from, 15 to 17, but actually it should be like 18. No, 7. Yeah, okay. And then we'll do like, 19 to... I wish I could remake this animation tracker at this point. I guess I could make a second one. I understand better now how I would want to use it. So this will go over like 400 milliseconds and then maybe 200 as you ease out. So wait start. Maybe I can make this 32 and maybe this 32. Transition's also 32. End though, I'll keep it at 200 and try to ease out as your glaive goes down to the ground. That's my plan. Okay, that was a lot of shit without testing anything. So now I have to add all these animations and test it. This is not easy. Well, dash first, dash charging, start weight. Dash charging, start weight. And it only has, yeah, this one only has a start and a middle. I'm going to copy this. Dash 1? Yeah, I'll have to double check these in a minute. Dash 1. Otherwise, dash charging and a middle. I always make mistakes when I do this, but I think this is right. 1 1. So the next one is 2 2. And it's start end this time. Dashing. Two. Start end weight, dashing. Start weight, end weight, start weight, end weight, dashing. See, like, I definitely should not have to type all this out every time, but I'm fucking almost done with the classes. It's much too late. Okay, there's that. Now vertical. This is called dashing vertical. Actually, so then I can just say dashing, dashing, dashing. Okay, this one is probably 3, 3, 3. 3, 3. Yes. Okay. So I'm not doing anything with vertical yet, and that's okay. I wonder, I could though, just out of curiosity, I could pretty easily, I think. It's not worth it yet. I want to do it correctly. It might be worth it just to see how it transitions. Okay, I'll write it and comment it out and test it once and then uncomment it. If get progress of dashing and tracker is greater than equal to 1. Back. Is there actually a good way to do this? Maybe. I think it can go here. I think. If the progress of the dash is greater than equal to 1, or you have weight with your dashing vertical and tracker, then update. That's it. That should do it, maybe. Oh, I can say. Nah, whatever. Let's try it. Of course. Start middle, end, duration, animation. What's wrong with this? Oh, it has to say 0, 0. Wait, what? I wasn't paying attention. Glaiveblade class 107. Mouse left. Oh, that's true. Input. Okay. Charging. Well, that was kind of interesting looking. Wait, what? That was different. Oh, okay. That looked good. So I forgot to comment it out, and that was the problem. This doesn't look good. So the dashing looks good. Transitioning into vertical dash does not look good. Oh, my feet. This looks stupid as fuck. That looks bad. Hang on, why? The start animation I think is too much. I think, so I changed this. Wait start to 32. I think it needs to be like 100. Or to run, yeah, basically. I think though, here, I can fix that, I think, really easily. I don't think this is gonna fix it, but I'm gonna try this first. So that's when you're charging. So I'll try to give you punch weights, which makes the root only like half weighted. I think I have to change the pelvis, not the root. Yeah. Oh, actually, it's not what I want it to do. It just looks bad now. Okay, so I don't even know. Charging bone weights. These are like free. This gets calculated once ever. So I'm gonna leave the root and make the pelvis 0.2 and make the spine 0.2, and that might be really bad also, but for a different reason. We will see. I think he might not be bending forward at all now. Yeah, that looks really bad. He wobbles a little bit now like I want him to do, but I think that will be a spine issue, so maybe the spine can go back to 1.0. Okay, it's a pelvis issue, so this is just like maybe not even fixable. This, to be honest, is just about the best I'm gonna get without looking like shit. Once a month? Damn. Yeah, it's annoying as fuck to stream. Actually. I wish I didn't have to. And actually, I still don't think it's helping my game. But I plan to do a Kickstarter in 2 to 3 months, and so I'm just like praying it'll help the Kickstarter. Okay, 0.5 is fine also. He does, I mean, he looks like he's charging. His legs look like shit. I'm gonna make the legs 0 weighted? I don't know if let's try 0.2. My bone weighting logic is like really not professional. He's moving his legs now, look at that. Kind of. Okay, and that charge length is good. the amount of time it takes to charge up is not good enough. Yeah, it's way too fast, actually. Hey, Coco. So he does this and he stabs. Does that look good now? Stab. It looks okay. The charge needs to be like 1200, and then okay, here's what I think the problem with this bit was. When you're checking the weight to get progress, I think that's technically the start progress. It is. That name should probably not exist. So I need get in progress. I mean, this is still not the correct way to do it, but now I can see if it looks correct at least. So he's gonna dash forward, and then after like a little bit over half a second, he's gonna dash up. Something's not right. The vertical has to also reset though. So I can do that here. And then I think this part of the vertical has to be more than this. 400's a lot. Maybe the start weight should be 100. 400 is a lot? This is probably too long also. I don't see streaming as something that can help the game. Didn't see an example of it, but it's kind of nice to hang out a bit and showcase what you're working on. Didn't see an example. Alright, software excluding. I feel like the streamers that get like 60 viewers get some benefit from their streams. I don't know if they're doing other stuff. Okay, dash up. Dash up. That's okay. This... I am gonna make it 800 milliseconds, and it's gonna have a cooldown. Yeah, so like, I don't know. The one that comes to mind is Memory. Have you seen that guy streaming that game? I'm not sure what his actual Twitch name is, but he streams Godot game development, and he was making like a... oh, what's it called? Like a precision platformer very similar to that other game that won some stuff. Anyways, he had a Kickstarter that did really well, I think. With the bat? I don't know what that means, so I think no. No. This is pretty good. Dang. Thanks, man.
Just giving away bits I got for free, cheeky smiley face.
I have text-to-speech. Could you guys hear that? Thanks for the bits. Yeah, I heard it. Interesting. Okay, so forward and up. This is okay. TTS cheeky smiley face. I'm gonna try actually applying the animation, applying the force now to your character, I guess. To be honest, this might be hard to do. Like... yeah, I'll try it, I guess. So the other way I was doing it was I have a stab dash remaining because this lasts longer than your animation. I think... No, I won't do this again. Yeah, I won't do this again. So when you have your dash anim tracker, does this have an end animation? It does somehow. Oh, this is your actual start of the dash, and this is when you're just holding your thing straight forward. Okay, I can work with that. Your start progress. If this is greater than 1. Wait, no, this is just start progress. Now this is in progress. I guess 1 minus this. So dash strength. Okay, wait. If you're a client goblin, because this is movement code and this is ghetto as fuck to do it this way, but who cares? I don't even need to lock this, probably. So this, I'm going to do a similar thing here, remaining in progress, PAL 4 times, I will try, I'm basically copying this. Except 002 maybe, because it's a much stronger dash, probably. Okay, and I'll copy this too. You get your aim delta, you get your ground delta, and then you add the normalize of this times the dash strength. I don't know, we'll see. It's probably going to be really, really incorrect. I think I'm going to have to like POW 8 or something, because the dash is going to be... Oh, that's why I have to have a client. Mutex, I guess. I don't see the point, but... The dash is so long in duration, 600 milliseconds, and you're going so much faster than other dash, you're gonna like noticeably speed up, which is not good. This is like so bad. You go so far. Okay. Yeah, and so you can feel that it's... I don't even know. I think to power 4 is not good though, yeah. I'm just gonna guess at some shit. This doesn't feel good at all. So, okay, this is not just a little movement thing anymore. This is a legitimate dash. And so, this is not exactly how it has to work. I don't know if I already have an instance of this, but like currently I'm basically applying an impulse over the course of the dash. And actually, where is my client? Goblin client, client goblin. Actually, I need to have a desired ground velocity or something. This is so awkward to do. I have a bunch of things, but I don't think any of them are exactly right. Get rid of this. Ground velocity. That's not it. That's not it. Vertical friction for vertical movement lock. Oh, I get that kinda. So here is just desired velocity, okay? So you can give it an actual desired velocity, and this only moves you on the XZ plane. Should update Y is if the desired, this is so ghetto. Should update Y is if the desired velocity Y exists, and you're trying to move up. That's so fucking weird. Anyways, this is basically what I need. Surprisingly. So now when you're dashing, I have your ground delta. So the client goblin desired velocity. I'll do this times like 0004. That might be, I don't know how fast anything is. We will try this first of all. Oh, it slowed me down. Interesting. So that's true, huh? It's like, this is stupid as fuck to do it this way because... how should I do this? If you're already going fast because like you're coming out of a catapult and then you dash, it slows you down now if you do it this way. So I need like a desired propulsion velocity. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. Adding more individual bits of logic that don't work together. Let's do it. Desired dash velocity. I mean, you know what it is this way. So first, okay, let's do like 1, 2, I guess. And I think this should go after desired velocity. Maybe not. Because this is like really locking you down. So it'll go first. This is less strict. Okay. Do less strict things. And then the more strict things that can potentially lower your velocity. So so yeah, we'll say does actually I can adhere to this no matter what. So am I already respecting new speed? Yes, but actually this should be called new ground speed because that's what it is. Everything new speed should be new ground speed. Now I can use it. Okay. And goblin body velocity X. So I have to have like a dash acceleration, right? I will try to match this because why not? So delta velocity. I am gonna apply the velocity, so that will be I don't know what to do actually about your y value. This is why I realized I had this weird as fuck logic. Like, so basically my logic here is I want, when you're dashing like this, I want it to always rotate you. It always affects your direction, but it only changes your speed if it's increasing your speed. However, it can increase your speed without your speed increasing on every axis. Right? So like it could lower your Y speed, but increase your X and Z speed to compensate, and then it's kind of slowing you down. So what do I do? I feel kind of bad about treating them as completely separate axes, but I mean, to be honest, I almost need this logic again. Like, I don't think I should though. Fuck. Okay, I think the solution is I'll try to keep it as correct as possible. I can have it this way. Yeah, we'll do two separate things is basically what's going to happen. I'm probably doing too much in advance without actually understanding what I'm doing yet. So you get the delta velocity. I guess the premise here, well, I don't, okay, yeah, this is fine. I'm gonna just forcibly set y to 0. Although, yeah, it doesn't matter. So, ground velocity is vector 3 of 0, that z. Okay. So, I guess it maybe does matter then. In case you fuck up somehow, you can't adhere to anything with y. So it's just expected that these things are 0. So I'll call it delta ground velocity. Or I don't really have to do any of this. I could just set it here. Okay. Good, I guess. So I will take my delta velocity thing, normalize it. That's not exactly right. If the length of delta ground velocity is greater than the dash, well, wait, greater minus some epsilon value. Now, I mean, Yeah, this looks right. If the length of this thing is less than this thing plus some epsilon, we actually don't do anything. So wait, so I had it right. It's if it's greater than or equal to this thing minus some epsilon. Now you normalize it and multiply it by this thing. Because there's a limit to how much you're allowed to update, I guess? Okay. So this is what I'm applying. So let's just add these then, I think. And now let's get your new speed. Call it like applied speed. I'll reuse this maybe. If applied speed is less than new ground speed, so applied ground speed. Okay. Man, this fucking sucks. I don't use this anywhere else, right? Yeah, just here. I think I want to put this guy in a scope. Just to be sure, because I'm going to reuse this now. So, kind of same thing. Now, ground velocity gets the delta ground velocity added to it. Okay. And then you can just get the length of the ground velocity. That does not include y. Applied ground speed. If the applied ground speed has slowed down, that is the logic. Then ground velocity comes normalize of ground velocity times the old speed. Otherwise, applied. Well, it's kind of confusing to do it that way. So the same thing would be to say new ground speed is the length of ground velocity again after this logic. Okay, which can be the same, but there you go. Am I done with this? So basically it's always updating your direction now no matter what. And if you are slowing down, it still updates your direction, but it doesn't let the delta you're applying slow you down. It just changes your direction. And then yeah, I guess. And then if it's speeding you up, it is allowed to speed you up. Now I have to just apply it back to itself, I guess. So just this. And then new ground speed is the length of this. Cool. And this is the desired. So this is only for the ground dash velocity. I'm not yet doing the vertical part, which will be next. Let's try it. What doesn't compile? Let's see. Oh, nothing. That feels really bad. That feels so bad. I don't know why. Okay. I will almost double your speed. I think the acceleration might not be enough. I'll try that in a minute. Oops. Hang on. Oh, hang on. I should have posted in the Fat Goblins Discord. Whoops. puppy. Come here, Gummy. Okay. So you go way too far. I think it just lasts 2 times as long as it should. Wait, what was that? Whoa. Is that speeding me up? Why does it feel like it is? It is, right? Maybe because I'm falling off the edge temporarily and it's allowing me to go faster? Okay, I have another idea. What if... I think this would make it more consistent. I think I still do want friction when you're dashing, but I want 0.25 friction as if you're in the air. And I can also check that here. Maybe... no. Interesting. Something about this dash really does not feel good. I might try make it start twice as fast. And then, I don't know, that's not going to be enough. It's really hard to say why I feel so bad, actually. Maybe just because I can audibly see, like, hear and see myself running. So I'm also going to try to limit this. So 1 minus this times 2, so it's only... only gonna go for half the time. I'll try this first before I change the animation. Okay, that's... somehow... I mean, if the dash feels better, but like this shit goes way too far and it doesn't feel like you're dashing. Oh, I'm not using this value at all. So that's why. So actually I just have to say if it's... Alright, so screw both of these. I just have to change the animation right now. So this part of the dash, it lasts too long. Even though it looks nice. I don't know, I guess the movement, there's just a lot of movement in this game, so if I were to do it correctly like that, with that duration. Like the duration looks correct, but if I were to attach the movement to that duration of animation, you just go way too far. I think there's just so much movement that you just have to go too fast. Okay, so now it's halftime. I guess I'll try it. Oh, wait, and... Wait. You go... maybe 50% faster. The problem is, after you go that fast, you're like basically not gonna slow down. Yeah, that... okay. It's... that's not bad, actually, in terms of, like, speed. I think I don't want you going quite that fast, maybe? And then... let's just see what data I have to work with. Okay, I'll start looking at 1-0 then, I guess. 1-0, so it goes 1-0, it immediately goes 1 and then down. I think I might want to adhere to this weight being over 1. That weight being the actual weight of the entire dash. That would probably work. So this will make it shorter, maybe too short now. And then... let's see first. It just goes, it still goes way too far. So if I pull back though, okay, it still goes way too far. Interesting. So I can reduce the duration of it further. Feels a little bit bad because it's already down to like 200, isn't it? Yeah. Feels bad to do this. And then I have to add another bit of logic to slow you down with more friction after you dash. Even though I don't like doing that. Oh. Okay. So here's the dash. See, if you jump and dash, and or especially if you do something like this, yeah, you can go way too far. Yeah, that's hang on. I think turning makes you go faster. It does. Holy, is that nice? No, that's hard to say. I don't know if that should stay or not. It's really hard to do, but like if you do it like, it's really hard to do. I wonder why that is. Wait, so that's how... Okay, let me try this out then. So that's how far I went spinning. If I just jump... Okay. That feels like it's faster to me, is it not? Maybe not. Okay, wait, that has to be faster. That was... Some of these are fast as fuck. So that I like jumped all the way 2 jumps over there, and if I do it normally... Yeah, that's for sure faster. Okay, that's kind of cool, but why the fuck is that happening? Oh, I do know why. It's because the logic is as long as the dash acceleration is speeding you up, it applies it. If it's slowing you down, it only changes your direction. Okay. Here's what I think I do. So, like, basically it's in all the players' interest to dash and turn, and they go super far. So what I think I do, I understand why that logic is happening that way. I think I just have to make it weaker, because it's kind of OP as fuck right now, I think. So I can do that pretty easily. So the way that will work... So there's this part. If your new speed is less than the ground speed, you basically set your speed to the ground speed. Okay. Otherwise... if you are going faster than you were before, which is what this is now, I guess, I'm gonna just basically take away half of that. If you're going faster than you were before the dash was applied, we will cut the effectiveness of the dash in half, because it's in the player's interest to dash spin every time to go causes them to go flying across the screen. Because we don't slow them down when the dash acceleration goes faster, and turning always goes faster. That's what's happening. Okay. I mean, this is a cool as fuck mechanic that I accidentally added. Hey, thanks man, Taco Bandit. Getting 1 tier 1 sub to my community. Warped codes. Thanks Taco Bandit. Appreciate it. Okay, so we will take... How did you find this stream, Taco Bandit? Well, okay, so now the implication is... Getting 2 tier 1 subs. Thanks, man. Jackie Nitrix. I wonder why it's gifting it to these people whose names I don't recognize. I'm gonna subscribe for a while. Wait, really? It's random? Wait, what's random? Oh, the gift. Wait, I thought it was random based on... I'm gonna follow you? Oh, I see, okay. Nice. So not from the Fat Goblins Discord then. So I thought the gifting was random based on like a weighted thing of the people that watch the stream or something. Which I would assume means it almost always picks people that watch. I mean, actually, I guess like 95% of the people that watch don't talk, so they probably do actually watch, I would guess. Actually, like 95% don't say anything ever. So gifting is random. I see. Well, thanks for the gifts, man. Appreciate it. Okay, so we get... I'm just listening. Most of the time, I'm just listening. Yeah, that seems to be how it goes. So here, the applied ground speed is for sure larger, and so we say applied ground speed is the difference in this, and new ground speed over 2 plus new ground speed. Which could end up being just applied ground speed again if they're equal, but that's fine. Wait, I'll do it to this guy. New ground speed. Sure, it doesn't matter. New ground speed becomes applied ground speed minus new ground speed plus new ground speed. Okay, so it's just reducing the effectiveness of that turn trick by half. I think that's all it's doing. I want to get rid of this printing. Okay. Dashing is okay. And the thing still does work. Actually cannot tell how OP the turning is now. It feels pretty fucking OP. Well, hang on. Just dashing in general feels pretty fucking OP. Maybe the dash is too fast. Yeah, that did feel like I went faster. I wonder how long it's going to take for people to... This is like such a cool mechanic, but this could so easily be broken. So I could consider this. I have rune upgrades where it does weird stuff with like... It'll do things like when you... An example is you're able to throw your glaive. When you recover your glaive, it dashes you forward. I could technically have a rune that's like... This is probably too meta. Turning in the middle of your dash speeds you up. Yeah, that's too meta. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I like that. It's like bunny hopping, actually. Definitely this ability has to be on a cooldown, though. This ability is sick as fuck, though. Homie, don't bark. Hey, don't do it. Stop. Yeah, you go like way too fast. I think it's just your dash speed. Okay, before I fuck with this too much, I need to add the friction at the end of the dash. That is important. I don't know how to do this. Okay, I'll just try it out. Like, this could end up being really weird. Because, like, if you get thrown in a catapult, right, you're going to be going super fast. Your friction is 0.25 because you're in the air. And then if you dash while you're in the air, you can go faster. But then if I apply this friction at the end of your dash to slow you down immediately, that would affect, you would suddenly slow down in the air in that situation. So, like, that's not what we want. And it's supposed to be kind of sandboxy, so like, I don't want to just... I would like at least to avoid having flags like got thrown by trebuchet, got thrown by worker. Yeah, that's not reasonable, because that can happen. You can get like maybe dragged by a priest. You could get exploded by a demolitionist. Have a great day. Yeah, thanks Taco Bandit. See you, man. So those aren't great. Like anything that has to be a flag won't work. So I need a way to slow you down when the dash is over. I have an idea. Okay. This is smart as fuck. If I can do it. Let's try. What I'm gonna do is desired ground dash cumulative velocity. I spelled that right? Cumulative. Yes. So if this thing is greater than 0, you are doing stuff. Starting ground velocity. I need to go have a dinner. All right, have a good one, man. Thanks for the gift of subs again. Where'd you learn to code? I basically first learned to code actually on Gary's mod. Like 15 or 16 years ago, I think. I don't remember how old I was, maybe more than that. I got into, if you know WireMod, I got into WireMod and did some WireMod stuff, and then I figured out you could do it more easily with Expression 2, which was the programming version of WireMod. So then I did that, and like, without, you know, like there wasn't resources really for that shit or tutorials or anything, so eventually you just make a bunch of shit because it's fun. Like you make a defense system for your Gary's mod base or whatever with like turrets that automatically aim at people, which is like trigonometry programming stuff and whatever. And I made like a Pong game and a 3D game and stuff like that, and that's it. And then I just started making like games in Java after that in high school. And then I kept doing stuff. There you go. That's your answer. So at the end of this, this is adding up the actual delta velocity that the dash is adding to you. However, I'm not... I'll try this first. I don't know if I have to add the delta velocity or the delta speed. Probably the delta velocity. How do you debug dry? Secret Google spy. It depends what you're doing. But so I typically just debug with print statements when I can, because I like debugging that way. You also can run it through Remedy, really, like Remedy BG or whatever it's called, really, really easily. And dry also, when you build, it gives you these PDB files, which I think are used for debugging, but I have never used those. I'm not a big like low-level build system, whatever C++ guy to start with, so I hate that kind of stuff. So we will say client goblin desired ground dash cumulative velocity plus equals ground velocity minus starting ground velocity, the delta. Okay. Thanks for the follow. So if you have a desired ground velocity, you apply this dash. Otherwise... Oh, this is so fucking smart. It makes it so easy if it works. I'm saying this without actually knowing. I actually don't know if this will work. Otherwise, if you have a cumulative ground velocity, then we unapply it when you're done. slowly. So this would be like a very similar thing, actually. I'll call this friction accel. Delta ground velocity is... This is the delta ground velocity, because it's cumulative. Okay. Okay, I guess. So then I just unapply it. So it'll be a similar thing here of applied... Where do I do this? There, this bit. This is basically exactly what I need. If the delta ground velocity is greater than the friction acceleration minus some epsilon, let me double think about that. Double ground velocity. I think that's fine to do. What about when it's really close to 0? Oh wait, that doesn't matter. I guess it's fine to do. Normalize it, multiply it by the friction acceleration, and then like all the same code. This is your ground velocity. Okay, so let me also comment. When you're done with a dash, we want to unapply the dash so you slow back down immediately and can't abuse the physics super hard. And then, but what else? There's one other thing I was going to add here. Oh yeah, but we don't want to add friction to the point where it would slow you down more than when you started, i.e. or e.g. if you're being thrown or blasted or something fun. Yes, PDB could be consumed by Remedy. So you print stuff out. At the game you made without debugger seems amazing. I mean, if it works for you, Yeah, that's typically what I do. Because like, I feel like also people agree or disagree with this, depending on your stance. But I think, like, so if you're working on a project by yourself, first of all, you typically have a pretty good mental model in your head of like exactly what the code is doing. And so it's not hard to know where the error is approximately to start with. Hang on, let me show. All right, I had to satiate my dog. He's very bored right now. Yeah, so I think if you're working on your own project, it's pretty easy to track like where the things are happening. And so when you have a bug, just printing out like the debuggable stuff. For one, I think it's not hard to debug that way. And then two, I think it helps you better learn and keep in your mind as you go, like the whole structure of the project. Use DXGL, I use OpenGL. I work on my project same way, but debugger allows me to save some time when I forget to initialize or assign something or do asserts. And if it fails, you can right away debug locals. Anyway, if it works, who cares? I mean, I do use remedy sometimes. Like, there are certain things that I think I know like 95% of things I think I know what's causing them, and I just print debug that. But with the rest that are like very confusing, I'll use, especially crash oriented things, I'll use remedy to figure out what's going on. But I mean, Jai also makes it easier. Jai's error statements are like infinitely better than C++. So, okay. Ground velocity, so you add back the negative of this. Okay, so I'll just subtract it. And then this, I guess. This might end up being weird. Did you do something in C++ before? Yeah, I mean, C++ is what I used to work in, like, for my job. So I did some personal projects with C++, but, like, it's not fun because it's C++. And the build times are, like, even for personal projects, the build times, you know, are typically, like, 10 seconds to 30 seconds or something. And use debugger or no? Yeah, more so than now, but I still did like print debugging, but I use the debugger much more in C++ than in Jai. Print debugging is my preference when I feel like I can do it. So the reason this is weird how do you even do this? It's not actually slowing you. It's not necessarily slowing you down or speeding you up. It's just unapplying the thing. So is it Jai or you? Both. Definitely both. I don't know how to do this. If the dot products of the things are going in opposite directions, I'll try that.
Work.
Thanks for the follow, man. Turn this song down. Okay, if the dot product of these things are so going in the same direction, because I'm subtracting, and the length of, I can say, length squared of this is greater. This is, I think, weird to do. In fact, I might try not doing this at the moment. So in this case, I'm setting it to 0, which is probably not right. Because if the dot product is greater than 0 and you're subtracting it, you could still be moving basically to the left or right and just slightly back, and then it would set your velocity to 0. Which actually that is maybe right, because this only happens if you're moving really slowly. Anyways, let's try this. So now the logic is it's just going to unapply all of the acceleration you just had, but at half speed. Okay. I'm never reducing it. So I can reduce it. Actually, what the fuck do I do? So this is like normalizing it. I'll do it here because I don't want to subtract stuff because that'll end with like some floating point precision issues, probably. So if it's greater than this, so I can confidently at this point, if it's great, fuck the fucking epsilon's throwing me off again. If it's greater than this minus epsilon, so then it could actually be this minus epsilon, and then, whatever, it probably doesn't matter. So you subtract this fraction from it, otherwise, you set it to 0. So that's why I wanted to do it inside there, because in this situation, you specifically are consuming all of the remaining delta ground velocity, so it gets set to 0. So this now maybe is okay. How did you hone your graphics skills? I didn't really. I think I still have a long way to go with that, but so I don't know what you mean exactly, because in terms of like learning OpenGL, I learned OpenGL at like a pretty young age for fun, and then I also previously worked as kind of a graphics engineer at Oculus, and so I did that there also partially. But in terms of like the effects and stuff you see, like the water and everything, I'm kind of learning that still as I go. That's just like trying to visualize the math. Okay, that is weird. So when I dash in a straight line, it's also so fast, by the way. But see, when I dash in a curved line... Wait, what? Okay, it has to go. Okay, so now it's like really obvious. This is supposed to be times 0.1, and that's probably not even enough, times 0.05. It's really obvious the duration is not long enough. This took away all the fun from the ability. It used to be so fun, now it sucks. So I'll put this back up to 400 for now. This is why I wanted to do the unapplying acceleration before I did the other bit. How do you do levels? Actually, I do levels just in Blender. I made a level editor for this game. I wasted like a month. And I used the level editor for like the first 8 months working on this game, and just like a couple months ago I switched to, I just do everything in Blender. So I might as well just open it right now, actually. I can take a look. I think this is the old version of the, actually this is what I'm on now. This is the level, and basically I have like metadata and everything. Custom, wait, what? It's a material property. So water has shader, water edge, water has shader, water. And I load this and it's like 3,000 objects. And I have a level manager that loads my, it serializes it first of all. So every time the GLB changes, it redoes this, which does take like 10 seconds, but only every time it changes. So I export it, it loads the models, it basically gets the materials, and then it merges, it like has logic to reduce the draw calls by merging materials, because material is equivalent to a shader. And then it does some other stuff, like it loads additional objects, it loads lights and stuff, which like this. So here's my light. This object is just a generic axis object that I use to say particle emitter torch, which like this is not a good way to do it, but this is not a very complicated project either. But yeah, so there you go. So you wrote your own importer? Not really. Oh, well, I wrote my own importer, yes, but I'm just using GLB file format. I'll try point. This is like 5% as much as it previously was. So it's just GLB, and I just load the GLB data and then merge it and stuff like that. Okay. It feels just so bad, man. It's getting a lot closer, though. I think what's happening... Yeah, okay. What's happening is the friction applies so slowly now. Is this okay? The friction applies so slowly that I stop moving and then it finishes applying more of the acceleration, cumulative acceleration, so I move backwards. So what I have to do instead is actually ground dash cumulative velocity. This will be, call it speed. This will be a float. Sorry, but what format? GLB? Yeah, GLB, which is the file. It's the binary version of GLTF. So it's basically just GLTF file format. Okay. Design ground. So cumulative speed. I guess I will just start accumulating the speed, which would be the... It's not the length of this, it's the length of each of these subtracted by each other. So actually, you only accumulate speed if the applied ground speed is less than the new ground speed. I'll add a comment. We don't want to slow you down, so we get you back to new ground speed 2. So this is the only place you accumulate speed. And the speed you're accumulating I'm not doing this right, I realize. There's two situations here. I don't actually want you to go at half acceleration. I only want you to go to half acceleration if new ground speed is greater than the length of the desired ground dash velocity. Right? So I guess this can go here. But I'm missing something, right? Yeah. We're accelerating the player here. We're accelerating the player to just get them up to the desired ground speed. So these two places is where this can happen. Delta speed, I'll call it. This will be the delta speed, and then you take your old speed plus the delta speed. So then your cumulative speed is plus delta speed. And so this is also something you're accumulating here as well. I will steal this idea about level editor. I dreaded to do level editor. Yeah, I feel you. The level editor was a pain in the ass. Like every time I got an update from the artist, I had X whatever dread about it because something was going to go wrong. It just was a big process to import, be sure everything's right, export every time, and now I just swap out the GLB and go. So I think I don't want to do this cumulative stuff inside here because yeah. Nothing actually happens here. The ground speed has already been applied and I only need to fix it if it's going over this max speed. This is going to change how it feels, which is kind of a problem, but so then you get the difference in your current ground velocity and your starting ground velocity. So I kind of already had this going on down here, but it's just here now. Does Jai let you create custom syntax? Nah, not really. It lets you do operator overloading. Operator overloading and metaprogramming stuff that changes things a little bit, but you have to stay within valid syntax, basically. It has like some helpful things to stretch that a little bit. So if the cumulative ground speed is greater than 0. So now I just need to subtract the speed that you've accumulated from your goblin while friction is being applied. So it will slow you down more, but whatever. This is a little bit hard to do. Goblin, if the cumulative remaining ground speed, I'll call it, client goblin desired ground dash cumulative speed. Okay, now I'll do everything with this. If the remaining ground speed is greater than or equal to friction, whatever, I will set it to friction XL. And then you subtract friction XL from the remaining speed. Otherwise, you set the remaining speed to 0 because it's a small number. And then you get your ground velocity, and you just want to reduce it by this friction amount. If the length squared of ground velocity is less than the length squared, this squared, set your speed to 0. Otherwise, okay, I'll say ground speed is the length of ground velocity. Why not? Because I have to use that most of the time anyways. Otherwise, your ground velocity becomes a normalized ground velocity times ground speed minus remaining ground. Wait, am I doing this right? I think so. I don't have to do it this way though. It's fine. And then you just update your guy, update your speed. Okay. Let's try it. For my games, I generally make levels and text files and parse them into a game. Oh, like you literally write it out? Wait, how do you get the data into the text file? Okay. It does stop me. See, I think it literally, like, it slows me down past the max speed. Maybe that's what I need to do. Oh, wait, that would make sense. There's two options here. I either need to reduce my speed based on this cumulative speed down to max speed, so I don't go slower than max speed. And that's like pretty reasonable. Wait, there's three options. Or when you have dash or dash friction, you'd have no regular friction. That's another option. Which that makes sense, actually. I'll try that first. The third option is I continually reduce my cumulative, like, remaining friction by friction, because the friction is technically affecting your speed. So that would be... I don't actually think there's a difference in how the second and third option are gonna play out. So in GLB, you can encode custom info like this tavern origin, this is tavern origin. This light post should be read with this luminosity. Yeah, in different ways, yeah. It goes into an extra thing. It goes into a JSON field called extras. In the past, I would have a text file and a JSON file, where the JSON file would have translations for each character in the text file. Oh. As of now, I'm using simple image with colors and indices for object types, but it's a 2D plane. I see. That could make sense for some games. I don't know which option to do. Like, by having a desired dash velocity, you are trying to constantly accelerate towards it, so I think it would make sense to not have friction. So I will say, if you're dashing. Friction times nothing. Okay, oh wait, not just dashing. I can count this as dashing. Dashing or client goblin, desired ground cumulative speed is greater than 0. That's also dashing. Yeah, but it's terrible. Thanks for the great idea. No problem. Hey, Golden Lion. Yeah, I think I have my ads turned down to the lowest possible interval without giving them to people that are joining for the first time, I think. So this does not slow me down past max speed anymore. And this feels good. Like, I'm going at a consistent speed. It's way too far. The speed feels good, though, I think. The speed might be too fast. I meant the ad ended. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could. I wish I could turn ads down even more. I think I literally don't get paid for them. Wait, do I? Let me go take a look. I'm curious. Is there a way to see? I don't even know how to check that, how much I've made from that. How many pennies have I made? Did you comment on the text file stuff? Wait, let me reread it. I'd have a text file and JSON file with JSON file translations or character. I don't think I did. I think that just makes sense for some things too, though. The thing though with that is typically the hard part, I guess, is how you set it up, right? Because like doing that manually by hand, I don't think is good. But the hard part always is having the editor to how you edit that, I guess. Yeah, I don't see anything. Thanks for the follow. I don't see anything about ad revenue. Holy shit, in the past 1 month, there's been 2.5 hours of ad breaks. Let's see, on an average day, I make $0 from ads. $0.00 from ads. Hey, wait, one day... Hey, what happened? I used to make 40 cents a day from ads. Where'd that money go? I don't make that anymore. Yeah. Oh yeah, I auto-generate levels using Python. Oh, if it's auto-generated, then... I feel like if it's auto-generated, then yeah, anything could work. Literally binary struct or something. So this did work. My problem with it was either the duration... Nah, the speed. I want it to be pretty long duration because... I have another idea. So this is totally unapplying the acceleration you've accumulated. But... let me try it again. What if I only unapply like half? Like this feels correct. I think it does go a little bit too far, just a little. So let me reduce the speed just a little. Down to like that much. I'm gonna outsource the modeling in Blender, should be easy. Even if someone uses other software. Yeah, the artist I'm working with uses Blender and he... This... feels too slow. I don't know. The artist I'm working with uses Blender, and he just sends me a new file, and I just add the metadata tags as I need, and I'm done. This doesn't feel right. I will try accumulating, or yeah. I will try removing only half of my accumulated friction stuff. Where is it? At least I got this feeling. Wait, I'm in the wrong file. It feels good now, though. It does actually undo the amount you've gained exactly. So theoretically, if I get thrown, it should work. Where is that? Accumulated speed, whatever. I could do it. Wait, I want to... If your speed is greater than like 0.4, you subtract 0.5. That's what's happening. It has to be plus, doesn't it? I guess it should be this also. And then here I do something similar. No, I don't. Yeah, kinda. Okay. And the reason I do that, I want to be sure this doesn't go to 0 here because I might have a friction value. Maybe I'll just try to always do it. So this is the remaining ground speed. I could, after all this stuff is done, I could just cut this in half. We only want to reduce half the speed you gained for fun. Let's try it. Interesting. Using Jai. Hey, Oculus, how's it going, man? What's the best thing about Jai? Wait, the game's looking pretty sweet. Very impressive graphics from scratch. Thanks, man. What's the best thing about using Jai? Definitely, I'd say the compile times, but everything is good. Like, the programming just all makes sense. Yeah, this feels a lot better to not reduce it entirely, and the speed up trick still works, but it's not as effective. It is, okay, so that went farther, right? So I'm here. It took me over here. Actually, I can't tell. Are you actually associated with Google? Would you believe my answer? What team are you on? Classified. Well, I hate these little noises. It sounds like the audio's messing up whenever I hit the ground like that. Okay, here's what I'll try. It's really not as fun anymore to do it that way. I'm gonna remove this part. If I just remove this part, it should make you accelerate even faster when you turn. Which it might be noticeable then. I want that back, that was fun. Okay, so this is normal. I'll do it right there. Takes me about a little bit past that guy. Yeah, it does go farther. Like, okay. Okay, fair enough. I think this is good now. I'll just say something like, commenting this out for now because since we reduce your speed after a dash, this trick isn't as effective anymore. Okay, that's all there is to that. Now, I think this dash is good actually, finally. That took a while. Ivan Skapoyed. What is the end game with this game? Are you planning to get this game on Steam? And how much will you charge for the game? It is on Steam. Not out yet, but yeah. Go check it out. It's Fat Goblins on Steam. Wait, there's this command, right? There you go. End game. It's going on Steam. It's going to go on web, and it's going to go on hopefully whatever consoles will accept me. And then I'm going to have a Kickstarter in like 2 to 3 months. And that's it. The cost is going to be, I'm probably going to release into early access, so the cost is most likely going to be $12 for early access. So yeah, it's a multiplayer game, even more impressive. Yeah, multiplayer. But yeah, that's why I think web is important. I want to get a web client working with this because why on web 2 wouldn't that be free? I'm going to do web 2 with a demo version. So you can't do anything like you probably can only play as tier 1 classes and you can't upgrade your classes, which is a pretty big part of the game. And so the reason is because the web version just will be very good at getting traffic to the game. So that's the plan. The web version will hopefully drive sales because I do not know otherwise how to market it. Like marketing games without yet having released a game is completely fucking impossible. It's so frustrating. Okay, this is done. Now vertical dash. Let's do the logic first because it's almost exactly the same as what I just did. Desired dash cumulative speed. Yeah, I mean, hopefully the web thing works out. I guess it could go wrong. I need to print this value. I need to be sure I'm doing this right before I get into it. So basically, right when this finishes, right when the actual acceleration for the ground dash ends, it should start moving up. So it goes, yeah, to when it hits 0.1. Okay, fair enough. My own 2 in response to the game dev so your own engine. I tried Unity, did not like the game dev, didn't like the dev process in C#. I think if I were to do game dev with an engine, I would use Godot most likely. My mistake when releasing on web was having too much in the demo. I had like 8 levels in the demo. It took like an hour to beat when the whole game was like 2 to 4 hours. Yeah, that's tricky for my game since it's multiplayer. I think I was even considering forcing you to only play worker, so you have to gather resources, but that's kind of stupid. But I think I will limit you to so there's like 240 upgrades in my game that don't exist yet. You won't be able to use those on web, but that's irrelevant for launch. And then there's 5 hats, each hat with 2 classes, right? A tier 1 and a tier 2. On web, for sure, at the very least, you will not be allowed to use the tier 2 hats. But that doesn't seem like enough. Web might I don't even know. Web might also have like an interstitial that says like buy the game on Steam for like 15 seconds or something every time you die. I don't know, something fucking annoying that won't make people super mad. Okay. Yeah, I haven't figured that out yet. I need the web version though, depressingly, is going to take me like at least 6 weeks to do because I have to write the WebAssembly compiler and no one in the Jai beta seems to want to help really with that. Are you planning to participate in a Steam Next Fest? Yeah, in October, I think. I don't think I care about the progress this time. It just wait. I don't care about the progress, but dashing vertical anim. So you dash vertically and then you end. So as long as the start progress is less than 1, that's probably valid logic. So if this is less than 1, then dash. Hey, wait, what is... Am I... Holy fuck, I'm never normalizing this. Oh no. Also, it seems like web might not be worth it. Maybe just a free demo version. I don't know. 6 weeks is kind of a long time. Thought you said someone got their Jai game working in web. Probably me. I think, the farthest along web demo, which is just a triangle. Okay, something is like super not right. I need to print the length of this. Yeah, I don't know if web is actually worth it. 6 weeks is a long time when I only have like 4 more months to finish everything. Although the web demo doesn't have to be done for next fest, technically. Okay, something like some of these speeds feel too fast, man. Like that speed feels okay. So like 0.015. Man, I wish I did this right from the start. Fuck. This is definitely supposed to be normalized. I have to redo the values again. Fuck. Normalize. Well, oh, is that why it's feeling not good? Whoops. Hang on, this has got to go. Wait, I have to figure it out again. I need to put it back to how it was. And then get rid of this. And now I'll figure out what speed I want. I use EM scripting for C++. It says it can convert any lang using LLVM. Really? I don't know how it would. Maybe it can. It does support LLVM. Okay, so yeah, these two values are okay. 0.018 and 0.2 are both good values. Yeah, it might not take me as long as I think, but I don't know, maybe I'd try EM scripting. Like, I don't know how that would work because like if I import the OpenGL model or module in Jai, I have access to the bindings to call. If I were to use EM scripting, what do I even call? Like, what functions am I even using? I don't think it gives me functions in my language. Maybe I'd have to create bindings to some EM scripting library and then do it? That would technically work, maybe. Anyways, this should be... This is 0.22, so I guess it should be 0.02. We'll try that out. And we'll try that out right now before I add the vertical dash. I mean, if I can use EM scripting to do it, that is great. I will do that. I'm pretty sure, like, I am very confident it won't be as good as if I did it myself, but... Oh well. I gotta fix these fucking noise bugs with the dashing. What's happening, by the way, with the noise is this. I don't know why it's doing this, but if I were to just comment all this out, pretty sure the noise goes away. The little tiny pops you hear every now and then, it's the air. The airflow trying to make a noise. See, no more pops. Okay, the dash speed feels good. I don't know why it's popping though. Starting there, wait a minute. Starting air fade. to fade in the audio manager. Audio manager, audio something fade. You get the volume, and that's the start volume. So we'll do that same thing. That's the instance. This is the target 100, and then let's put that here. Let's put that here. Stopping air fade. So now your code uses only ES23GL. Technically no. I don't use anything really crazy, but no. I'm pretty sure I could make everything compatible pretty easily, but I just didn't bother to do that. I want to hear it pop again. It's not popping, that's air. And it plays it on my goblin. Man. Maybe it should go times 10 clamp to 0.5. I heard it. You hear the little tiny wind. And then suddenly... So I think part of the problem is that it's stopping. Is fading. If it's playing and it's not fading, then just fade out over 100 milliseconds. This should be okay. And this is if it's not playing, and this is it's not fading. That all should technically work. I think this will fix the little audio popping issue. Wait, I just heard it pop though. Wait, it's definitely... It made it way worse. Interesting. If it's playing and it's not fading... Stopping, starting, stopping. Oh. I think the epsilon should be pretty big. Okay, here's maybe the problem. If it's greater than max speed times 1.1, and if ground speed is less than 0.01 or something. And I'll match this logic by sticking this like this. So this is if you're over max speed of 1.1, and then if you're basically back under max speed. So this middle buffer of 0.1 is... In fact, I can say plus epsilon, I think is fine. So hopefully that stops it from at least play. It won't fix the audio pop yet, but it'll stop it from going play pause, play pause. Yeah, like this is really bad. So it goes from 0 to 0.16. Okay, I'm not gonna fix this now. This will be tonight. Because this has to do, I explained this the other day, but in Fmod, when you set a volume, Fmod has like a delay to basically process the sounds. And when you set a volume to it, you also have like some DSP buffer thing in Fmod that keeps all your sound bytes going. And so the volume actually gets updated after it processes the currently buffered bytes. And so based on your sound frequency or something, your sound sample rate, I mean, and your buffer size, there is a delay to your volume. So I'm pretty sure why the fade isn't working. So I have to, when I'm re-updating my volume, I have to account for that. So I'm just going to comment this out for now, because this will be really annoying and not interesting to watch to fix this, I think. Fix airflow audio fade stuff. Actually, I will comment these back and just take this whole thing out so it doesn't keep popping. Okay, back to this. This is, I don't know how much, what else do so I'm doing the vertical dash now, and then I can probably do dash reset on damage, because that would be really fucking cool to do, and so I should do it on stream. And then I'm probably going to stop. The hitboxes isn't interesting either. But so I have like an hour left. Alright, before I do this, let's go fix the logic. Did you do netcoding yourself too? Yep, but the netcoding isn't very good yet. The netcoding is just using WebSockets because like there's nothing very wrong with WebSockets. So it's just WebSockets. So I need to do basically double layered server network stuff so I can support, I'm going to support like the Valve networking library plus WebSockets. So both will work. It's my plan. Okay, so we are essentially doing the same thing. This is a lot of code. Man, the comments take up so much space. Whatever. I kind of think I should be treating this. I should be, this one, I should treat as 2 axes. Because, like I said before, yeah, it should be 2 axes. If I... when I'm trying to make you dash vertically, there's going to be a little bit of horizontal dash. And so if you happen to already be going more vertically than horizontally, and then I try to increase your speed horizontally, but decrease your speed vertically, if the overall result is increasing your speed, it would do it. So it would force you to stop moving vertically, and that's really awkward. So, okay, this makes it a little bit better then. We will make this dash velocity, this will be, that's ground, this is vertical, and it's a float. And this one doesn't have to unapply. Okay, good to know. Because, yeah, you'll just fall back down with gravity. So you send state in the beginning, then send only updates and sync once in a while. Yeah, I don't mind you asking so many questions. Not really. Yeah, not really. I kind of put in some additional work and I made the networking code just slightly less efficient because it's not very much networking happening at all. And so it's basically sending like an authoritative state every frame. So like every frame it will say the hat that every player is wearing, and every frame it will say like the position, the exact position of every player and stuff like that. So I don't like having that type of logic that you have to track where you have to like, you know, error could accumulate in the method you described. So I try to avoid that when I can. And even at the cost for the networking specifically, I'll avoid it even at the cost of you know, performance, I guess. So, hang on. Okay. Okay, so this is the ground velocity. So here is the desired vertical dash velocity. So if this is not 0, yeah, I guess so. So this is not that hard. This is kind of this weird logic though of I only want to speed them up. Wait, I have a message. No, I don't. So if you have a desired vertical dash velocity, if this, so the logic is if the sign of the vertical dash velocity is not equal to the sign of your body's velocity. We update, whatever, this one's self-explanatory. Or, so now we know in this state that they are moving in the same direction. So I can just say the absolute value of this guy is greater than the absolute value of this guy. Okay, so if you should update, then you update. Any ideas how games like LoL or Dota are doing it? Any other big multiplayer game? As far as I know, they're almost entirely server-side authoritative. And MOBAs specifically, I think, actually don't have client-side prediction outside of things that trick you. Like animation, like turning and stuff, I think is client-side predictive. I think movement and abilities and everything, I think, I'm not 100% sure, is server-side only. And like, people in general, by the way, if you click to move, your brain has like more of a disconnect than if you press WASD to move. So that's kind of why MOBAs can get away with it. But I'm not 100% sure that's true. I think they might have like a tiny bit of client-side prediction now. I don't know. But they do typically send a state at the beginning, yeah, and update the deltas because I think. Maybe not all of them. I don't know why though. They like there's not much going on in their games. So if you should update, you get the delta y or something. This will be the desired thing minus your thing. So if okay, and I also need this. which I maybe want this one. I guess this can go in here. There's your dash acceleration. If the absolute value of delta y is greater than dash acceleration plus epsilon value. Something like this. So you clamp it to basically this, otherwise you do nothing, but you also do subtract here. And this one just goes to 0. So this is subtracting the sine thing of the vertical dash velocity, or delta y from the vertical dash velocity, and this is in the same direction of it, so this should work. This one just sets it to 0, so now I have my delta y that I want to apply. And I just say client goblin body velocity y plus equals delta y. I guess that's it. So there's a question of what to do with gravity, but I think I'm going to leave gravity on. Gravity is kind of like the vertical friction, but this one doesn't have to undo the applied vertical speed. I guess I'm never applying it. Oh, I'm not. Okay. That, I'm realizing, seems like a really tiny number, or really, yeah, because the actual acceleration alone is 16 times that. Well, oh, well, I guess. So, the other thing is I actually do want it to continue going. Oh, it's supposed to be 0.02. And it's supposed to be, this is, replace this completely. So yeah, I want it to continue going in the same horizontal direction, but just slightly. So I'll do like 10% for that one. Which, ooh, this might be weird. Because it's fine to do this, but having a dash velocity at all takes away all friction. I don't know if that's right to do anymore. I definitely have to get this right on this stream, because going back and changing this and getting it right is like not gonna happen after this. Okay, that was something. A bit too much. Well, actually, either the duration of the vertical dash is too much, or the acceleration of the vertical speed is not enough. Or both. So I will reduce this to 200 maybe. So I cut that in half, and like, it's fighting against gravity, but no, that should maybe be fine. Oh, it's... No, that's not it. It is this, yeah. I guess it works well if you don't have many changing entities. Checked factorial uses the lock step, which sends only updates and then fixes desync when it detects by resetting the full state. Huh. I think the reason you'd want to do it that way is if you have physics that are interacting with other things. Lockstep type things are good for physics. This, okay, so yeah, this is the problem you see. You go way too far now. It should slow you down at the last bit, so you go vertical. Does Factorio have physics? I think so. Yeah, you can drive cars and trains and stuff, and they crash into each other. Maybe, I wouldn't be surprised if even the belts and stuff are physics. So that's why they would need it. The belts probably literally move the objects. Like, yeah, they do, right? You can drop an object on a belt and it moves. They feel very, very gimmicky. Yeah, I do agree with you. I think it's probably custom physics, but I think they do have physics. So maybe I'll just try this before I do anything. Let me just get rid of this part. So now you finish your first dash and then you just go up. We'll see what happens. Oh. That's already pretty strong. I don't really know what to do. I mean, yeah, for Factorio, the belts and stuff, in terms of networking, you can consider the items moving on the belts, even if it's not physics, you can consider them physics because they have to stay in sync. Okay, that's like obviously way too much. Factorial definite. So if Factorial was sending the state every time, it would be sending every single item on every single belt every frame. Completely not reasonable. So I do not think you should be able to jump into that. This is a pretty fucking strong ability at the moment. I don't even know what to do then. 08. Why not? Seems cool because this is a basic ability. It is a tier 2 class, so I can be more lenient. But it's a basic ability, and that specific example is fine. But for example, this is not fine. Jumping over. So these little wooden things kind of have to go. And I could make this wall taller. But even this, I'm pretty sure I can get up into right now. Yeah. This is gonna be, like, hard to balance this, actually. Is that a safe place? Well, yeah. So I'm on blue team right now, so I can walk through the door. But if I'm on red team, this doesn't work yet, but if I'm on red team, if you watch when I switch teams, there will be blue dots that show up. So like, it's supposed to be physics there, and I have to... This guy doesn't work yet. I have to do this. Now I can go in. Now I collide with the door. So that's what's supposed to happen, and so if I can just go... just jump over the wall, there's not really any point to this. one thing to consider then, actually, okay, this is something, maybe this should be how this works. Currently, if you're not on the ground, you can jump. Okay, that shouldn't be a thing. I'm gonna play this completely. So where is the jumping stuff? Jump. Jump frame. And you're not jumping. And White Goblin. I don't know if on ground is correct. Okay, no. It has to do with this. So there's like a delay for being on ground. There's like a little fall off. 200? Oh no, that's not it. Okay. Okay, that's to make the noise. I thought it was fucking 200-second buffer. So it has to do with the last on ground time, which fucking this is stupid. That's not how this should work. So I guess I have to say get on ground goblin and time. I'll have to make that exist. And that's it. Goblin time. So we're just gonna say return time minus this thing is less than 100. That's probably okay. And did I do that right then? Let me check. Yes. So now this guy on ground, does that exist? No. I feel like that should be like way up here, but maybe not. I guess I can just say get on ground client goblin. I don't have to make it a variable. So this is, you're allowed to jump, and fuck, the logic is already not right. So I don't have to do this. Later I will, but the controller inputs actually currently get remapped. Controller button inputs currently get remapped to keys, just because. Get on ground, a client goblin. So if you're on ground, you're requesting a jump. This is okay. If you're not jumping and you're not sitting and you're on the ground, then jump. Not sure. Wait, what? And what's the coolest Jai syntaxing you found yet? Syntaxing. I don't think there's one single coolest thing, maybe, but Jai in general makes everything like a continuation of other syntaxes, I guess. So that's really nice. Like, I'm not going to be able to give a good example, probably. So here's like my speed. This is assuming the type, but I can say float is this. And so this is the type, which is a constant of speed. And so I can also say speed, which is a float, is a constant of this. So now it's a constant speed. And so then if you want to, you can see below I made it a constant of an assumed type like this. And so that's also, you asked what the purpose of that thing is after the function name. It's a similar thing. It's declaring it as a constant. So get speed, blah. So, right, same thing. And you can also say default or whatever. So everything like extends. I don't actually know. You would think maybe you could do this then. I bet I could, but I have not tried this. Something like this. You could probably say get speed is a constant function of this type that has this, and like this is the constant function. And actually you can do that, right? Yeah, because you can make it a non-constant function. So if you say get speed type is this or something, whoop, did I just mess that up? Then you can do this, and this is a non-constant function now, and you can pass this around if you want. Well, I think this part is maybe technically still constant somewhere in memory, I don't know. But like it's, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's different. What would happen without that for function? It won't compile. So that'd be like get speed. You're saying like, yeah, that won't compile. There are like some shorthand syntaxes for function things, but I don't remember them. I don't use them either usually because I just don't know them. And I don't really need them very often. Anyways, that will help a little bit. You still are allowed to calling non-thread safe function. So this is another nice thing about Jai. It's warning me inside the goblin right now when I say get on ground. When you call get play movement audio, it's marked as thread, so it's multi-threadable. So this get play movement audio, wait, get play, is that what it's called? Goblin play movement audio. Is that it? Yeah. So this is being called from this giant update parallel function, which is being called from this is actually a parallel loop. So all the goblins update at the same time. And so what it was detecting there was get on ground. This thing is not thread safe at the moment. So it doesn't actually do anything that would be not thread safe. I just have to mark it as thread. So this, specifically in Jai, this is not a Jai thing. This is a metaprogram plugin I wrote. So the metaprogram plugin forces you to either mark things as thread safe or lock mutexes. Not sure I understand what's a constant function. I mean like a function that you can't reassign to another function. So that's what I meant by get speed or whatever. If you do this function thing, like pretend this is a function, I think this declaration itself is still technically constant. So it'd be equivalent to get speed const is this function and then you assign it, but this is just a variable. So then later on you could say other speed function. That's what I mean, as in during runtime. This is constant, this is just some runtime variable. So kind of during runtime. Back to this. Okay, I was too distracted. I made it so you cannot jump now. Is that gonna feel really bad? So you can still go like really fucking high. So lastly then, I can make it... Uh-oh. Okay. So technically, this thing has to be able to make it over gaps. So also, this is kind of a ghetto way to do it, but I think I might want to do it this way. When you're dashing, I want to set the client goblin desired vertical dash velocity to like maybe gravity, negative gravity. So I should not fall now, right? That's kind of interesting. interesting. That's cool as fuck, but I'm making it harder to balance. What if I do that gravity? I can cut gravity in half just by doing this. So, did I fall at all? It didn't really fall. I think I didn't really fall because... Actually, no, I don't know why. Because it's trying to move me. So I guess the question is, would I ever want to dash down? And I think the answer is yes, actually. Because if I didn't ever want to dash down, I could set this to like regular gravity times 0.5 and it would move me up to that value. But currently it's trying to move me like literally to a positive gravity value, which will move me up. And then it just happens to be getting entirely countered by gravity next frame. I think. What if I make it just some extremely small value? Does it work ever? No. This is such a weird ability now. You literally just fly around the map like doing whatever you want, and then you go up. I don't know what to do. Fuck. So what I could do instead of this is there is something called a gravity strength. Is that it? That's probably not it. Okay, so this is it. So there's nothing to do with gravity other... there's not. So I would have to say... I'd have to add one more thing. Desired gravity equals 1. Actually, yeah, it's fine. Desired is like the indicator at the moment for what I'm allowed to set, so... I will set that to 0.5. That was my plan. See how that feels, and then... Where is get gravity? Strength. Client, goblin, desired gravity multiplier, client, goblin, desired gravity multiplier, there's a 1.0. Okay. Wait, did I do it right? Yeah. Let's try. Now I should fall at half speed. Woo. Okay, so that was not the intended effect, by the way. That does look better, and it feels like really physics-y in a way. The problem is... this affects your gravity always. So you saw when I bumped into something, it was really easy to like super rocket myself up in the air. So this is not right either. Yeah, that's not right either. Okay, the correct... Do I get rid of this? Yeah, I'll get rid of this. If I need it, I'll add it back eventually. Desired vertical dash velocity. What if I say float 32 max? This is kind of stupid, but I don't really see why this wouldn't work. So way down here where I'm doing the vertical dash velocity, so it's if it's not float 32 max, then when you're done with it, it goes back to being float 32 max. Okay. Technically fine to do this, assuming that this math specifically is fine, which I think it is. So the problem with this is the acceleration here is so extreme that you're just going to be perfectly zero velocity always. Desired vertical dash excel. So this will be 002. Client Goblin, desired or whatever, Excel, Client Goblin, this thing is 002. How did you get the Jai compiler? I emailed John like 4 years ago. 3 or 4 years. It was over, yeah, between 3 and 4 years ago. And I was quitting my job at the time to do game development, and I did not want to work in C++, and I did not want to work, like, you can't work in Rust for game development, in my opinion. You kind of just can't. And so I emailed him and explained my situation and like the stuff I want to do with it, and he just invited me to the beta. So I think if you have a good work, like, kind of resume, I guess, and he has a reason to want to give it to you, like he thinks you'll contribute, then you'll probably get in. Although I think he maybe has recently slowed down on invites, I don't know. So I'm setting this guy. Okay, wait, this will be really good. You go to 0. Client Goblin desired vertical dash excel is the absolute value of gravity over 2. So it will be, this is effectively trying to accelerate you back towards a 0 vertical speed at half the speed of gravity. That's what it should do. So I should be semi-floating. Yeah, look at that. And it doesn't like fucking fling me. It does the opposite of fling me off the rock. In fact, wait, I went really high though. Okay, I went really high because I jumped. I wonder, like, when you don't jump, the ability doesn't feel that good. But when you jump, you go so high. Wait, now you kind of don't. Okay, hang on. Uh-oh. Okay, this might be okay because I actually need to fix the physics for the castle anyways. The castle is too easy to get into. even without this ability. So this might actually be done. You don't really go up very high, but if I make you go up much higher, it's like super busted. Okay. I don't fight C++ with some archaic things, so you don't. I mean, just in general, the C++ compile times are like horrible. And also, I'm really, most people don't share this opinion, but I'm really not a big fan of header files. Most people don't care, it seems like. Okay, I like this. This is good now. Also, that thing I did where I'm applying half the gravity to put you back towards 0, that makes it harder to jump during your dash, so that's like really good. Dash works pretty good. Need to add a reset. Okay, last thing I'm doing, which this will take like at least 30 minutes, I think, is the dash reset, which is going to be so cool, I think. One of those pointless things. Yeah, some people I've talked to some people about that, and they either agree with me or they don't understand because they like it. Like they look at the header file and it like gives them a structural overview of the class, but I feel like it's so like context breaking when you have to alt tab to a header like whatever, control tab to a header file and edit it and go back. It's like just really, really painful for the flow of programming. But yeah, it just takes too long to compile C++, and there's like very, very little fixing that. And then templated programming in C++ is literally impossible if you try to do anything complicated. Let me move this. Right. No. Dash. Damage, dashing. Dashing. Damage. So, I need to check this value. It should never go to false for even 1 frame, and I think it will not. Not sure about compile times. Now it compiles in 3 to 4 seconds. Really? Mostly because some things I allocate on stack. As with headers, I work in 2 tabs anyways. Yeah, it's also kind of annoying. Working in 2 tabs is like fine, but you're basically being forced to work in 2 tabs when like not for a 2-tab reason. Oh, I'm supposed to be checking this. Okay, it never does go to false. It stays true the entire time. Good. So this can be when I damage people. Now it compiles in 3 to 4 seconds, mostly because of things like, oh yeah, I read that. So actually, I was thinking I'll only allow you to continue your dash if you hit them during this first part, but there's no reason to do that. If you want to, my throat, if you want to go up into the air and hit them, you can continue your dash that way. Let me finish eating this so I can drink water. Hang on.
2 tabs, not for headers with lookups. Also, you see search enough like I needed it.
Okay. Let's do the dash reset. You know, it'd be crazy that I'm not gonna do if damaging dash is what I want to call it. If I allow you to damage the same person again after you reset, that would be it. You know what? I'm gonna do that for development and then remove it. Oh wait, that would be a fucking awesome rune. Add to rune idea, you can damage the same person again on a dash reset twice, one more time only. If you could do it infinitely though, there's no way. That's gonna, I think it's gonna be like incredibly broken. We'll see. Almost for sure incredibly broken, but it would look so fucking cool. Wait, that could be your ultimate. No, that's kind of the... Oh, wait. Maybe the warrior ultimate should have some kind of infinite reset mechanic rune too. That might be super cool. Okay, let's stop getting distracted. I have to make my shape. I do not actually have a shape for this, so I'm gonna fake it. Dash transform is just make translation matrix 4 of... Wait. You definitely have to lock in mutex for this. Last position. And then... ability shapes. Starting as this one will be fine. I guess I can... scale it. It'll be something like 1.51. I mean, this isn't final. I'm deleting this in a second because I'm putting the little hitbox on top of my goblin because I don't want to make a precise hitbox for my weapon on stream. It will be hard to do. Combat manager. So you have get hit goblins. This shouldn't work this way. I think it's searching through every object. It's no longer doing that. This has to be slower than just, it's the same complaint. It's also no longer doing that. So it's going through the goblin tree, which is just the list of goblins. So this is valid. Thread safe. Mark this, just thread. This is happening next beta. Raphael just fixed this on his stream last night, 2 nights ago or something. 4 expansion bug. Yay. But is it really thread safe? Oh, it's locking a mutex. Oh, so that's why you can mark it just thread. Okay, it's fine. Probably. So, hit goblins. We will give it a cylinder shape, a pointer to it. Leave a dash transform. Actually, cylinder transform makes more sense. The team I'm looking for is the get enemy team of the client goblin. And include self as false. Okay. Huh, looks like all programmers using the same VS Code theme. Wait, really? Who else is using it? I've had so many people come into my chat asking me what theme this is. I wonder if they were those people. If hit goblins did not notice that. Maybe they stole my theme. So if you hit the goblins, I am going to reduce their health. So I guess I have to have, this is a bit awkward maybe. Dash, what'd I call it? Damaging dash damage identifier is good enough. They did, I guess. They want to become you. What's the line of code currently? I don't remember. And figuring out is hard because it ends up including a lot of generated code, which doesn't count. Like I have some generated code baked in Jive files, so actually figuring out is very hard. And I have like 15 little libraries I wrote, so we're not gonna find out today. Unfortunately, it is a lot though, because I've written like everything. So if you're dashing, how do I even do this then? If I think it's called identifier. 15 libs is not casual. Yeah, it's a lot of libraries. I've written a lot of stuff. Claim damage identifier. Of a time and duration. So the duration can be... This thing doesn't last that long, so I'm going to say 4 seconds is plenty of time. Do you also check the generated assembly? Wait, generated assembly and try to optimize that thing also? No, I don't. Yeah, I don't care that much. My game is pretty well optimized. My game, when I'm not streaming and I turn off ambient occlusion, runs at like 450 FPS. Are you an Oculus graphics engineer, the Facebook thing? I previously worked at Oculus. Did it say that somewhere? Why did you know that? I don't think it's on my Twitch page, is it? So if you have not yet claimed it, you claim it. This is not okay to do. I'm checking your Twitter. Ah, yeah. I did. That was my last job. So I think when you start dashing, this has to be cleared out. Which is kind of awkward to do. And then if you're the client goblin and you're dashing, then claim it. You know what, something I need to think about, which I'm not gonna think about right now. I did not make it this way. If you get like frozen or something on a block of ice, I wonder if your abilities should pause exactly where they are and pick up where you left off. I think probably, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. So let's continue. So if can damage or hit goblins, think. This is how you do it. Yep. And damage. Okay, this one is harder. This one has more stuff to it. You give it the goblin you're hitting, which is a pointer, which it is, and then you give it client side, which it is, and then you give it the damage identifier, the time, an amount, and knockback. There's knockbacks? Oh, that's like visual knockback. True, true, false. That's all correct then. Okay, so that's all I do, and then if you hit some goblins, I guess there's a chance you didn't actually damage them, so actually hit goblins. That becomes true. which that can go there, I guess. If you actually hit some goblins, then we do a dash reset. I'm gonna force it right now. It should interpolate, and that's gonna be a little bit hard. But in order to force it, this might also be hard. So typically when you update, you're just setting the delta time. Okay, so literally everything is based on delta time, so that's not bad. So I can manually set this shit. So first what I'll do then is reset both trackers, and that should actually just do it. And that's it, right? I mean, that part not alone, but dashing, anim tracker, dashing vertical. Okay, so now actually, no, not exactly. I think so. Resetting the trackers would allow me to forcibly exactly set their progress value, but I want to set the time to the new progress value. So it'd be this tracker update set. Okay, wait. I can reset the dashing vertical animation tracker because that one is, yeah, that one is the vertical dash. It happens last, so it goes back to 0. This one, however, it does not have a middle time, right? When you're dashing. Yeah, just a delta time. So I can forcibly set dashing anim tracker at my time to an absolute delta time. So my absolute delta time of when I want to start dashing again is, these should be variables. Dash start duration. In MOBAs, you get interrupted. Wait, what about that? In MOBAs, you get interrupted. Wait, what? Yeah, that must have been a bit ago in some context that's now gone. So 200 dash start is 200. Dash duration 200 also. 400. If frozen, you would get interrupted. Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's pretty cool though to get frozen and then immediately start dashing again when you're unfrozen. But yeah, I guess it doesn't actually make sense. Does Dry have name parameters like add damage item, true, disable something? True, disable something. It has name parameters in the sense that if I'm calling this function, I could say goblin equals this goblin. And so if this had a default value and it had like other float, I could also say other is 1.0 and this is a valid function call. So I think the answer to your question is yes. Okay, so now the reason I did this guy is what I set my time to, and I'm technically done, but I'm not doing it correctly. So let's try it. Well, get me up. Oh. Oh, fuck. Okay, I also need you to, like, when you hit someone, stop moving really fast. Okay, so it works, but like... That's not right. Oh, the other thing is when you do actually reset your dash, you have to have dash damage identifier goes back to nothing. Which then, when you dash again, if you are a client goblin, it will reset. It's kind of bad that this logic is up here, but... Yeah, actually it is bad. We won't do that. It can just go... There's no reason it can't go here. And I could just claim it again. I could claim another one. That's fine. Okay, I guess. Oh wait, I want to try to make him pause. I don't know how. I guess I could actually wait, maybe this will work. I have... They're gonna be like competing with each other, which is not ideal. I could have something like a... So I never use this. Yeah, this can go away. Dashing. Reset. Remaining pause. Dash, reset, remaining pause. Dashing, dash. I guess this is okay. So, I guess we'll go to 0. So when you hit someone, I'm gonna set this to something like 400 for now. And if this is greater than 0, you will do this. This is kind of fucking weird. Otherwise... Right? Dash, reset, remaining pause. If it's greater than 0, then you pause. Otherwise, if you're dashing or you have wait, and then so this is just the dashing logic, and then you update potentially damaging things, which in this case is always false. I guess this will work, right? So let's subtract. This is the maximum of this minus delta time. Oh. This can be 1.0. Yeah, because then I can specify the delta time here like I was about to do. So I put it at 400. So this over 400, delta time over 400, so just 400 milliseconds. And then if it's still doing this, which it is, I have a desired raw velocity or something. And that is after all this stuff, right? So raw desired velocity. This literally is just trying to set you to this velocity. Shit, and it's not allowed to be 0. So I wanted it to be 0, but it doesn't have to be. It might... No, it probably should be. So for now, just to see if this isn't some really shit thing, I'm gonna do this. It's not 0. And it's gonna basically probably make me stop. then it sets it back to nothing. Okay, let's try it out. So when I hit someone, I should pause anywhere I am for almost half a second, and then continue with my dash. Oh, I didn't think about that. That was cool. Not what I wanted to have happen. So I mean, okay, that's like easily fixable because that was why I said at the start you shouldn't be allowed to hit the same person again. So this is kind of a problem. Hey, Stackman, thanks for the follow. Because the damage identifiers have a time, and that's because I don't want, like, I don't know, it just makes everything easier. They're just, like, they're not pointers, they're just simple little structs with like 2 values, and they have a time and a duration. So the problem is, now that you can dash reset, the actual damaging part of the dash can go on forever, technically. Oh. So actually what I want the behavior to be anyways, I think, this is cool. This is what the rune should be. Actually, you should be able to hit the same person after hitting another person. I don't know how you word this in the context of like the rune in the menu, but it's fine. So that's not super easy to do. I can make a function to do this. It's not even a super simple function. Clear expired damage. So this... Yep. I guess it'll be after this. So it's something like... Copy damage immunity. And I have my old damage and my new damage. This is kind of weird, huh? So all that has to happen is you go through all your damage immunities. Have you often used polymorphism? Yes, a lot. In Jai, it's very nice. So let's just go through my damage immunities. Immunity. Damage immunity. If immunity identifier is old damage identifier. Am I allowed to do this? I guess so, because I'm immediately gonna break. Actually, though. I guess this is okay. Is there no other way to do this? So, new damage. Break. The problem with this applies immunity to the new damage identifier based on the old damage. I want to be able to control this logic. It shouldn't be like, it should be like Preserve, maybe. I want to be able to control this logic with how many iterations it's been, because for the purpose of this, you should be able to hit the same person after hitting another person. And in this way, it just continues building and building and building. But this will work for my my basic version of this ability. So when I create a new damage identifier, new dash damage identifier, I'll call it a reset. A reset, slightly less lazy. And maybe this should have, probably should have dash damage identifier duration. Big name. Reserve damage, yeah. This, and this. Just so that they're all always consistent, and 4,000 is... okay, good. Now, you preserve the damage immunity. Uh-oh. So the reason also I did this is that it should be like a global method, actually. And is this thread safe? I don't know if you would call this. I guess it is. I guess it is because like a goblin is a thread, so you're never changing that outside of that thread. Kind of. That's not true. That's not true, and that's not thread safe. And this is not thread safe. Add damage specifically. Oh, and it's not. So that, okay. Interesting. Why is that even marked that way? So I guess you could say this is... wait, no, because it's... add damage. Oh. You have to do it this way. Wow, this is not that simple. Okay then. I'll do it that way. Has damage. Just for like simplicity here. Return not can damage. Okay. So actually, so I fucked this up basically. So this is threaded, and then you say, for this goblin in particular. So this is kind of totally useless then. Yeah, so this whole function has become useless with this change I just did, and this whole function goes here. Trying to figure out where I want to do this. Probably above expired. So it'd be like preserve damage immunity. Oh wait. No, not here. So this function is not yet useless. Okay. So anyways, you just check if you has damage of goblin and old damage, then you add damage. Oh wait, it's supposed to be goblin dot damage immunity. I don't think it has to be a pointer. It does not have to be a pointer. Then add the new damage. That's all. And adding damage does nothing, right? Reach the maximum amount of damage immunities. This is bad, and also should basically never happen. 20. To be honest, this should not be a fixed array, but I'll leave it as that for now. Okay, so anyways, that's all you do. If you have the damage already of the old damage, add the new damage. That's it. And so then the reason... Oh wait, yeah, that's okay. And so in the combat manager, I'm trying to make this easier for myself. So I'm gonna say like preserve damage immunity again, except it doesn't take a goblin. Your damage. So you just go through your goblins. What am I supposed to look through? I don't even know. Goblin allocator. To look up. Okay, let's look up the goblins. For the goblin in the tree, you just preserve it. You should be a pointer already. So old damage, new damage. I'm done. This definitely not thread safe. Yeah. It's already locked. So doesn't matter. Okay. Preserve damage immunity. Reset dash. And this becomes this. That's it. Cool. Let's try it out. So, oh wait. What? Add damage to the damage immunity and new damage. It needs a time. Does it? I thought it had a time built into it. Add damage to the tracker, the thing, and a time. Okay, fine. What about has damage then? Can damage? No, that... Does that need a time? Surely not. Where is it? Where are you? Damage identifier. Nope. Okay. So when you preserve the damage immunity and the combat manager, you also then need a time. Just like that. Now, how's it work? Come on, man. Oh, I didn't update it yet in the glaiveblade class. Time. Okay. So you're multi-thread. How do you set it up? Do you have some work which you send to some thread pooler? Yeah, basically. Yeah, the dot and dot for dot pointer thing syntax. It's very nice. There's no at. Yeah, there's no at, no ampersand thing. It's just there is this to take a pointer, and if you want to dereference, you say thing that is a pointer, like goblin. You either do this, which is nice because then you can continue on with stuff, or the old way to do it, which is still technically supported, is this. But like, I don't like this. This looks a lot better. Yeah. How did you set it up? Yeah, so I have, it's just a, yeah, it's basically just like a group of threads. And I have like a parallel for statement is all I do. So I do it for updating the logic of the goblins and updating, which includes updating the bone matrices of the goblins. Like, so for animation skinning. So it just basically goes, it just loops through the goblins as a for loop. I don't remember what I just did. Oh, the damaging. Okay. So. Okay, that did work. That's pretty cool. It's kind of like... Too much? So when I'm reducing the time of your dash thing, maybe 200 is enough. And I think you need a raw desired acceleration because I think it stops you too fast. Like, that's pretty cool. What if? What if I do this programmatically here? So I say the speed. So current speed is the length of your ground velocity zero z. And your desired speed is either the minimum of your current speed or something like max speed times. Let's try this. Oh, wait. Okay, this is okay. So I am gonna set this to... Okay, I guess I'll get ground velocity, like I always do. It always comes back. I am gonna set this to a normalize of ground velocity times my desired speed. Yay. Thanks for the follow. Joao. Yeah, that does feel good. How many times can you do that? Right now, you can only hit each person once. In the rune upgrade system of the game, I'm gonna allow you, I think, like the runes let you be pretty crazy. So I think I'm gonna allow you to hit... I don't even know. It'll be way too OP, really, probably, but maybe I'll allow you to hit people in between, like, again, after you've hit someone else. The thing is, I might have to reduce your turn radius to make it hard to do correctly. I don't know. Because right now, that would be like, you can never mess up. It's so easy to aim. So I don't know. Maybe there's another trick to it I could figure out, but... Anyways, the minimum of this and this, so you're reducing your speed by this much, and I do want your Y to go to 0, so this is correct. So I don't want it to stop you anymore. Is that better? I think so. I think this is better. Yeah, see, I can like, if... Oh, shit. Alright, good night. Thank you everyone a lot. Hope you well. No problem, thanks for stopping in. Secret Google Spy, wish you well. See you, man. This is just about done. I'll put on his hat and become the glaiveblade that I already am. I just don't know if you should actually... Is that enough damage? It probably isn't. I don't know if you should stop entirely or slow down 50% like you currently do. I do not know. I think slowing down 50% feels pretty good. Could even be maybe to 25%, so slowing down 75%. And then lastly, it does 2 quarter hearts of damage. It needs to do maybe 1 entire heart of damage. Get over there. Yeah, this class is pretty fun now. That's pretty jarring. Holy fuck. That's kind of... Isn't that kind of broken? I don't know. Shit. That's pretty cool. I think the 0.25 feels good, right? It maybe goes too far. Like, if I'm thinking about it realistically, from here, I don't expect to be able to hit him. That might be right on the edge of it. If I go this way, I think it goes too far. That's pretty fucking far. It's kind of hard to aim sometimes. Let me maybe reduce the dash time by a little bit less or something. Dash duration. 300? How long have you worked on this game? It looks good. Also jealous because get ass is dry. Thanks, man. I worked on the engine first, and I started engine on my other game that is on hiatus pause at the moment, which is Into the Spirit Well. So the engine has been in development for like 2.5 years. The game has been in development like maybe a little bit over a year at this point. Let's see. What did I just do? The dash distance. Okay, so like this. I don't know. It still goes so far. Maybe 200. It goes really fucking far. This ability, I've made it like OP to the point though with the dash reset, it is going to have a cooldown. Let's see, how's that feel? Is that too short maybe? No, that's probably pretty good, maybe. It kind of does reduce some of the fun of it, in my opinion. It's good though. Like it was really fun before. It's still pretty fun. Like that's pretty good. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm done. Yeah, that feels so good to be able to like dash in, dash out. That's cool as fuck. Shit. Damn. Okay. I like this class. I thought this class would be not that fun. You don't usually like melee classes a lot. Okay. Dash reset works. Dash feels better. Goes shorter distance. Vertical stuff. Lower gravity, etc. Okay. So tonight, off stream. Let me find someone to host before people leave. Tonight off stream, I'm going to be doing hitboxes for all these things I've added in the past 2 days. And then what? Updating runes, fixing the audio stuff. That'll probably take me a long time, so maybe that's all I'll do. And then tomorrow, I'm doing, you can throw your weapon and it comes back to you if you want it to. And then after you've thrown your weapon, you're a punching guy. You punch people to death. I like the shitter builds where you can like completely BM someone. I'm gonna host Jitspo. I don't know how you say his name because I think he's working on a pretty good looking game, and at least yeah, it's in Godot, I think. So alright, I'll be back tomorrow at like 5 hours before this time. Goodbye. Wishlist Fat Goblins on Steam if you haven't, because it helps the Steam algorithm a lot for indie developers. Bye bye.